G'day everybody, and welcome back to Vulcan, where I can fairly clearly demonstrate how little power I'm getting from the fourth of these in a sequence. 3 could be argued as worthwhile with my current temperatures that I get overnight. 4, a bit more of a struggle. Although, the thing to remember is, these once set up cost me nothing, so there's not really much harm in having it either. It's not making these other ones produce less, having the extra one in the line. It's just that my temperature differentials aren't as good as they were during the astronomical winter here, where I had really high temperatures during the day and much longer nights to generate power through. So if we have a look here, I'm starting with pipe temp of 538 degrees, 540 probably at the start of the night, then dropping to 400, then dropping to 333, and finally to 257. So it's only really double the external temperature for the last ones. That's why it produces so little power. It's it's 1/10 of a solar panel at full work. So yeah, it's not great. I'm still thinking what I'll do is I'll expand this to include the 4, because at least during part of the year it's going to be useful, and I've already done it for these ones. As I said, there's not much point in removing them once they're already there. They don't cost that much to make Stirling engines, so it's kind of fine. So what I'm thinking is potentially trying to come up with a system to better manage my intakes here, for deciding when to turn those on at a smarter time during each phase of the year, so that I maximize my best inputs. Because last week I changed it from coming in at 850 Kelvin down to 800 Kelvin to try and get some more gas in here, because we've gotten to the end of the night. The Stirling engines should turn off soon. There they go, they're off. They're off, and we've got 5.5 megapascals in here. So I've got a decent pressure in there. So I've got enough moles of hot stuff. It's just I need that hot stuff to be hotter. The alternative I was thinking about, instead of worrying about that, I could also just have, when the Stirling engines turn off and before the vents turn on, a passive vent open that drains this whole tank, so that I get rid of this lower temperature gas that's in here, so that it's not just sitting there. But I don't really know how helpful that will be. And also I don't know whether I'd actually get enough gas in there even with these 3 big vents. So many unknowns. Which kind of means that I just have to pick one option and go with it and see what happens, and hope that I have plenty of power by the end of it. And thank you, Crazeel. Thank you for the Prime sub. And thank you, Horman, for the 31 months. And Paladol for the 27 months. And Hushman, thank you for the Prime sub. And Tidjo, thank you for 3 years. Thank you very much. If I was worried about resource amounts, yes, going to a 5x3 would be more productive than a 4x4. But since I'm not worried about resources, I'm just going to make some more of them. I'm just going to build, well, enough that it doesn't matter. Oh man, I like having a nice big airlock. It's delightful. Just delightful. I obviously could also increase my output with making more solar, so that I've got more balance throughout the 2 phases of the year. Both approaches are perfectly valid. Let's turn on some lights around here. There we go. So, what do I need for more Stirlings? I've actually got enough for another 5, so I'll print those off and I'll get some more copper made up while I wait. Yeah, I think there's... I don't know how much it'd help to try and pump extra fresh air around the Stirlings during the night. It doesn't feel like when I was walking around and looking at my suit readout of the temperature, it didn't seem like there was that much difference being right next to them versus a couple of blocks away. It was maybe 1 or 2 degrees. So I suspect you wouldn't gain much from forcing cool air over them. Also, I had a comment, and I'm just confirming that it was... Yep, definitely wrong. All of that is fine. Also, 2 bars! One of them has 2 bars, and I just turned on all the lights, so that's probably not going to last. Hey, when you were running the smaller tank, you were getting to 30 megapascals. Could that also add to the fact that at least the first row of Stirlings have a higher pressure? I know the subsequent rows will be lower as the output pipe is limited to. Yes, I think the pressure may be having an impact on how much power I'm putting out. Because I believe it's kind of works out by how many moles of the hot, like, because the more moles of hot gas you pass over it, the more heat transfer you have. Therefore, the higher the pressure you start with, the better it works. So it is possible that the bigger tank is causing me a problem, at least until my vents catch up and reach that peak pressure. But it's also... it's the trouble with a dynamic system like the one that I'm messing with the Stirlings is that there are so many different factors that are at play here, because there's not only that pressure differential since I've changed that, there's also the fact that I've now got a worse time of year to be doing it. So I don't know how much of it's due to the worst time of year versus how much of it's due to the changes I made. It all makes it very uncertain. Didn't you reduce the pressure in the script so the tank won't get as high pressure as the old system? I don't remember. Oh no, you guys are right. I did change it to 10, with the idea being that I was going to have a secondary switch on for when it gets hotter to do the overpressure for that. That was right. That was going to be one of my intermediary steps to try and make this work better. Which I guess I could do by just effectively duplicating this as a second run for when the temperature gets higher. I just need to... Yeah, with the yield after it, it'll spend most of the tick on. It's messy, but it'd probably work. Oh, that would be interesting, actually. Orange Bunny, Huh. Am I producing so much oxygen? And is the energy requirement for the production of oxygen low enough that I could combust some of that to add heat to then produce power with Stirling engines? To me, that feels like it's a roundabout solar panel. So I'm effectively using the Don't know about that. I don't know. It sounds terrifying to do a combustion within the tank because of the lack of control there, but it might produce net energy? But I think since I need to start making water, I will probably just go for the H2 combustor and start making water and use the heat from that. I mean, I don't really produce nitrous anywhere, so I can't push that in it to anything. Actually, that's a fair question. What produces nitrous when you don't off-gas stuff? Huh. I don't actually know what produces nitrous. Okay, so that's gonna... I know I said I was gonna remove this set over here, but for the moment I'm just kind of like, well, I'll just keep expanding this. Is there actually a neutralizer? I didn't realize there was a neutralizer. Huh. Cool. Didn't know that was a thing. Thanks, Chuck. Thank you for 26 months. I should probably have reminded myself what things I need. I think I need electronic parts and something else. Steel sheets. Okay, we can do the steel sheets. Alright, so last week I was talking about there was an idea that was suggested that I kind of liked, just to try and drive me to learn something new, but also might improve the efficiency of the Stirlings. And it's something I kind of wouldn't mind giving a crack at. Oh yeah, why is my base pressure high? That's weird. Have I stopped? Has this system failed to suck in the oxygen? Because the oxygen's really high percentage. Active? Or is the filter just too slow? Oh no, the filters are dead. That's why. Oh, shouldn't have done that. Good. Dead filters. We'll fix that. What do I need for the fancy filters? Some Stellite. Let's go make some Stellite. Silver, silicon, and cobalt. Yeah, look, you're very right, Shiro. I should possibly not have put the nuclear battery loaded headlamp into the suit charger, because it did charge that nuclear battery, and that was one I definitely forgot about. But it is fully charged now, so what's done is done. Okay, so let's open up the belt because we need... I want to make a decent chunk of Stellite if I'm making it because it's relatively hard to make. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of that to 4 silver and 4 cobalt. Oh. I'm out of gold. 4 of those and 4 of these. Yeah, I don't have much more cobalt, so that's probably a good balance. Steve, stop rolling away. Nah, poop. Knew I shouldn't have turned the lights on. Let's go turn them off. Oh yeah, my centrifuges are still off because of the power problems, that's right. Let's turn all these things off that I turned back on. We'll live with just the headlamp for the moment. Suddenly my base becomes a horror movie set. Yeah. Oh, don't worry about the nuclear battery on my head. That's just branding. They're like, nuclear is cool! Or hot. Or exciting. We'll name everything nuclear. So once I've got all the stuff in here, I then need to pump this up to a fairly high pressure and then ignite it and hope it gets hot enough. Oh, Danny. You could say nuclear is rad. Ugh. So bad I had to repeat it. Alright. Pump out. Yeah, the centrifuge still being off is going to be a problem at some point soon. But if I make a whole bunch of Stellite, I can make some hardened solar panels.
Hunger caution.
So maybe I'll be able to get something, some extra power input without having to build the vacuum room any bigger. Go and set up an outside solar array. No, I'm not going to use the furnace gas for power. The volumes that I use are small enough that I just don't think it's... I don't think there's enough there to gain from. Like, I don't end up smelting all that often. So we need 10 megapascals of super hot, so I think somewhere around here is probably going to be about right. I ignite this shortly. I'll go up to 3 megapascals and then ignite. Or maybe I'll just ignite as soon as the power comes back on. Because it's flickering constantly. Come on. There we go. Oh, well, overpressured. Whoops. Okay, had not fully used up the oxygen, apparently. Whoopsie. I'm hoping nothing burnt out there. I'm guessing it's also warmed up enough out there that the Sterlings have turned themselves off. No. Why have the Sterlings turned off? Why was I making Stellite? Oh, it's for the fancy filters. Well, this is... Oh no, it has warmed up. How is this going? That's a 10 megapascals now. And is hotter. So it is, the pressure is going up each night. But that does make me wonder if these even turned on last night. Oh, I think I... Let's just check. No, this has got its own independent battery backup. That has charge on it. So that shouldn't have stopped running. It should be fine. Yeah, the blackout is quite creepy. I'm glad I finally got around to having a headlamp and stuff, and it doesn't look like anything cooked up here, so that's good. The IC errored. Oh, it did. Error incorrect logic type at line 22. Oh dear. Boat Babe, I haven't heard any news about the terrain update. There appear to have been some comments in the patch notes that suggest maybe we're getting close, but yeah, haven't heard anything definitive. Line 22. Why would on be the wrong variable type? Huh? Why would that line have errored? And why now, not earlier? Weird. Or maybe it errored because of when the power was cut. Maybe that was the problem. Oh, you think the partly built generators? Because, oh, it could be. It could be that making it happen, yeah. Electronic. That's a fair guess. Thanks, Dominator. Thank you for 2 years. I mean, if I had power, it'd be going better. And thanks, Fastigious. Thank you for 10 months. Need 10 of these. I'm gonna have to get those centrifuges back on soon. Partially built stuff tends to error ICs out. Okay. Today I learn. It's so rare that I've got the cables built before the machines that it's just a problem I've never noticed before. I think it's fair to guess that it's either the unbuilt ones or it was a poorly timed power outage during a tick that might have caused it to error. But that is a considerable issue. Let's see if there's errors if I put it back in. Yep. Okay, I think it's the unbuilt ones.
Hydration critical. Hunger critical.
Because yeah, now the error's fixed. Yep, that was a nice and easy way to confirm that. Now I need some more tanks, so I can actually get them working. The pipes you can hear in the background, at least I think you guys can probably hear them. I'm pretty sure are the pollutant pipes on my system over there. So it's fine. Don't stress. I know I'm totally not. It shouldn't be an issue if they turn on without the working gas, because there's nothing there to explode. They should just fail. Alright, so I've got another 5 so far, so I need another 5 canisters. And one more cow. For some reason I think that unbuilt stuff has the ability to be controlled by logic, but they don't have those logic variables available until they are fully built. Right. Weird. It's a good lesson to learn to not do my cabling until after I've built the things. So, whether I'll remember that lesson, I'm uncertain, but I will try. Next up is getting this. I need to print 2 of those off. And canisters. Oh, I should probably do the canisters first. No, I should get one of these made, and then I'll do the canisters. Need to get that oxygen filtration started again. Yep, TFE is panicking! One. I think I can put this in. And return. One more. There's the cow. All right. Have a drink. Before I start getting the heavy breathing, have an eat. I need to pick a potato. Oh. I was hoping that'd work, but no. Rename TFE to TPE. Would that make in Tiffany? I just realized this makes 2 wrong-way series where Splitsy has crashed a rover into a planet. Technically correct. I'm not even sure I could claim having crashed it in wrong way up, though. Sure, I was at the helm, but gravity just went weird. well before I was ever expecting it to. Thanks, Louis. Am I trying to limit the flow through each of the Stirlings? Sort of. Yes. The idea is to get the Stirlings to have enough flow through that they produce power, but not so much that I bleed out all of my gas super quickly. Glad I can cook a potato without cooking myself. Yeah, Louis, I'm glad for that too. Oh man, the first one was so quick and this one's so slow. Come on. Come on. Wait, do I need to turn the filter on? Probably do. Yeah, I do. Almost there. So I'm just going to stand here because I'm really nervous about these exploding or ending up with too much stuff in them. And it really doesn't take very long. There we go. And done. Turn you off. Turn you off. No, Daz. Because this is outside, I can't just use a pressure, because the pressure for the amount of moles changes. I need a mole counter if I'm going to do it. That's why I do it this way. Because I can't just do it with pressure alone. Because the temperature keeps changing. I don't know if an IC can read moles in a canister. But yeah, the reason is, as said, it wouldn't work for how I've got things set up for the moment. Go. And that section is running now, so let's get the next section running. And I'm deliberately not connecting this up until I've got the cow on, because otherwise I was worried that that would cause it to explode. There we go. Oh. Oh, actually, maybe it was mostly pressure that was the problem. The pressure in the tank was too low, and that's why my production was quite low, because these ones are now producing, you know, 160 watts at the start of the night, which isn't nothing. So that's actually okay. I need more pressure. I need more of these big vents. Oh boy. So, I didn't think there was much benefit in having a higher pipe capacity here, because if I do that, isn't that just going to lower the pipe pressure into the last Stirling? Whereas this sets up a... like, the pressure's already really low, it's going to be even lower. You reckon the output's being throttled by the pressure here? But the pressure, like, isn't the output pressure max of 2? Try it on one line. That's a fair point. I'll have to try it during the day, though, and switch them over while they're off. But yeah, could try it on... I've got comparators now, to multiple direct ones, so I can do that. So that makes a lot of sense to do it. Put, yeah, put the pipe utility kits in between each one and see if it changes the output on that line. Where are we at pressure-wise? Down to 8.5? I think it's... yeah, I think I need more vents. So let's go sort that out while we're waiting. Oh, wait. Whoa. I moved very quickly there for a second. Thanks to that wind. Make the steel frames. I'm going to need a bunch of those. Let's make some heavy cable. I want to start having a few stacks of each of these things in the cupboards. Let's make the heavy oxygen. Base is already 3 kPa lower. And you have a system to turn off at 10 pressure. Yes, I do. I need to update that. That is a good point. We'll go back up to 30. Although, actually... let's go 20. And then... how would I make this... I'm like... what I'm thinking is... set greater than... we can use R15 again. X temp. We go... 950? and set less than R13 tank press 40, and then R2 R15 R13. This feels really inefficient, but I'm not sure how to do it better. So my thinking is, and I don't know if my logic here is correct, my thinking is, if this is negative, it will turn it off, and it will stay off for this one. This will still set the same value as that. If this is negative, but if this is positive... Hang on. If the... Let's start again. If the temperature is 900 Kelvin, and the pressure is less than 20, this will turn on. If the temperature is 900 Kelvin and the pressure is 30 megapascals, it'll be off for both. However, if the temperature is 1000 Kelvin and the pressure is over 20, this will turn it on and it'll stay on during the yield phase. But I feel like I should probably just have this branch based on tank pressure, and then tank pressure sets the external temperatures. No, I'm not trying to prevent a blowout here. I mean, I sort of am, but sort of not. Oh, I made a few too many oxygen filters. Whoops. Might need a shelf above that filter. Yeah, the second set of logic would take precedence, which is exactly what I was intending. Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, okay, so I do have to do a loop. Yep, never mind. I understand what you mean now. Took me a moment, but I got there. How many have we got? Right, let's stop that for a sec. I want a shelf. Locker. I'm going to put a shelf up. Oh, it doesn't fit there. Shelf up there, and I'm going to put all my oxygen filters, my ready-to-go ones there, because I made too many. Because I got distracted. There we go. Now, I'll grab those. Grab some more of those. And edit. Let's fix this up. So. Branch greater than. Branch to line C if A is greater than B. If R tank press is greater than 20,000. Branch to high pressure. So that, if I have this, then I probably don't need this line here. Which means I also don't need this line here. Which means it would be this. Because if the tank pressure is greater than 20, it'll go to the high pressure bit, which then checks to make sure we're not going too high. And we'll turn it off if it's below those conditions. Otherwise, it will be setting whether they're on based on this, and then that needs to jump to Stirling's. Then high pressure, we check these both, and we do the turn on, and then that continues through and we go to our yield. I'll leave that up for a minute just to see if chat points out anything that I've messed up. I think it's right. I think if pressures are high, we get to the high pressure segment and it'll turn off if those conditions aren't met. If pressures are low, it'll check against this temperature and turn on if that temperature is correct. Otherwise, it'll jump to the Stirlings. So I think we're good. So I'll go grab that IC10 and I'll replace it. You know what? I'm going to make a spare IC10. So there's one in here so that I can always take it outside with me. Because I'm not using a laptop this time just because I'm liking using the computer. Because it forces me to program inside. Oh, no gold. Never mind. Yeah, I'm just genuinely liking having the computer there rather than using a laptop. It keeps me using my internal space a lot more, and I like that. It's inconvenient in some respects, absolutely, but it's very good in terms of keeping my character's hygiene good. Do not have another big vent yet, no.
Hydration critical.
But I think as of this bit getting done, I've got a pretty good chance that my power will be fixed. No, it was a bug in the past, but I don't think clearing a chip on the screen or with a screwdriver will clear all register values, so it can sometimes mess things up. In this instance, the way I use them, it shouldn't, because every register I use is set earlier in the sequence, so it always gets reset. How are my batteries looking? Can I see them from here? I don't think I can anymore. No. Alright. Hopefully this is going to go better. I think you can sort of maybe access the edit button while you're seated? I can't remember if Shadow just did that for RP reasons, or if she could actually access the laptop while she was sitting down. I don't recall. Hey, look at that! That was just one night of the things being just... Wow. Alright, let's turn the lights back on. Let there be lights! It's amazing. And let there be centrifuges. Alright. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Thanks, Core. Thank you for 26 months. Yeah, the drills were still on. Yes, I will be replacing these with big batteries. So that my risk of running out is severely diminished. Potatoes, that's very close to spamming, so tread lightly. I do not have a recycler, no. Fancy power display board. I mean, I probably should have some sort of display in here that tells me how much power I've got. Which should be doable because I've got the batteries directly, like the data connected up to the mains line. So as long as I have that connected up to the main line, I could do it. Yeah, having some sort of power display in the production room would make a lot of sense to hopefully prevent problems, especially if I just put it above the switch here. Yeah. All right. So I was going to do utility tanks and see if it made any difference. So let's go do that. Which means... do I have any around here? I think I do. See, if I'm going to do a battery thing, I'd want a percentage. I think that's how I'd want it to be displayed. That'll do. 3 of them? Yeah, 3. And I can make a big vent while I'm at it. Make 2 of those, need more electronic parts. But I don't have the gold for that, so I can't make the big vent yet. Dang. Boop, boop, boop. Oh well. It'll be fine. So, let's change this row. And we'll see if there's any power output difference between the first and second rows. Yep. Alright, so if I want more vents and I want more Sterlings, I'm going to need to expand out this way. I could possibly... what I'm thinking I could do, maybe, is even come up with some interesting way of putting a solar array above the Sterlings. Because I'd want them to look supported, even if they're not, properly. But because I can now build outside safe solar panels, having them hooked up out here could be fun. Could be nice. Okay, the Sterlings are running. So let's have a look at the last one in the line. 529 watts. 858. So it is producing more on that one. Then we have 1.03 kilowatts to 1.32. Yep. Then we have 1.72 versus 1.92. And finally, we have 2.56 versus 2.59. Okay, so we lose a little bit on the first one, but we gain on the rest if I put the inline utility tanks between each. But I'm gaining quite a lot more than I'm losing. But also, this fourth one is now producing a significant amount of power. Because this is now at a high enough pressure for it to do so. So my power situation is now fixed. Well and truly fixed. I am putting out a lot more power. Yeah, 2.53 plus 1.66 plus 1,000 plus 500 versus 800 plus 1.27 plus 1.85 plus 2.49. So yeah, I think it's like 300 watts difference here. 300 watts difference here. About 300 here. Oh, about 200 there. And then negative a tiny bit here. So yeah, I think I should replace all of them with those inline tanks. But yeah, I am now producing stupid amounts of power at night again. Which makes me happy. Just to make sure it is, in fact, still within vague tolerances. Check what they're at. Doesn't need an overflow going back to my storage system in a little bit. Oh. Awesome. Well, that makes me very happy, because now I can comfortably move the other set. Clearing up the floor here. Give me room if I need to do anything in there. And possibly tidy up that oxygen line. Thanks, Silent Phoenix. Thank you for lucky 13 months. Oh, this is going great. Power problems are dealt with. There is still a part of me that kind of is interested in figuring out a way to remember a value from the previous day and use that value to set the maximum temperature so that I've always got it going up to 40 megapascals even if it's not in the hottest time of year, because that would be more efficient still, because I'd have even more pressure to work with during the hot days, during the less hot days.
Hunger caution.
So to make it better throughout the entire year. So what I'm thinking I can do on that front is maybe learn a couple of things in a go. So rather than messing with my main script as it is, the sort of task that I'm thinking I could do is have a script record the previous day's highest temperature, which I still don't understand what logic I'm going to need to apply to do that, but have that record the previous day's highest temperature, then display that on a display. That's it. If I can do that bit, then I know I've got a value I can work with. And also I'm learning how to put numbers on displays again, because it's been many a year since I did that. And it wouldn't be a terrible display to have around the place because it gives me an idea of what season I'm dealing with. Alright, first what I'm going to do is make flat... No, not... Is it flat walls? No, it's... I think I'll do geometric. The flat does create a funny edge because these are beveled and the flat isn't. But I kind of wanted to get something that looks this same grey. Maybe I could just go regular wall. Paint it grey. Let's have a look. Just thought I'd finish off this room. I think this is going to be the same problem. I don't think this is beveled on the edge, which means it's going to look funny next to those existing ones because there's no bevel. I don't want cheap flooring, I want nice flooring. Cheap's not my goal. My goal is to make this place look finished, this room. I don't think this is the right look. Alright, let's go geometric wall. See if there's one there that's going to do what I want it to do. Geometry straight, mirrored, corner, straight. Alright. So, oh, that's right. The corners I'd have to use a T if I'm going to use the geometry pieces. Grr. Okay, that doesn't work. That doesn't do what I want either. Flat. I don't know what the thin padded walls look like, but I thought they were still thicker. I'll check. So obviously padding for floor is not my desire. Yeah, padding thin is still much bigger. So yeah, padding doesn't do what I want. What about flat walls? Is there a design that has... I don't think that any of the flat has a bevel to it. But if I put those down, the bevel shouldn't be a problem. So yeah, I think I'll go with those. I think that'll look best. Hey, Zero. Yeah, it's sort of more junk to throw around here, but I suspect that walls eventually get used, so I tend to save them. Alright, so let's get some flat walls. Make them. Got my powered vent. I can go see if the centrifuges have outputted any gold yet. So I can get some gold back in my electronics printer. That's a no. So that one's a long way from empty, I think. Emptying. Okay, yeah, it's going to be a little while. All right. Yeah, exactly. Having the walls is useful for testing. So I'm going to need them to test with anyway. I mean, there is a downside of using these small panels. They do match the wall, but I think that could look okay. Oops. Should have stopped it before I did that. I just realized that this was the last thing needed to complete this room, and I'm like, I should probably just do that. I should probably just make this room actually fully done.
Hunger critical.
Or at least kind of done. Now, I need grey... What do I need for the painting tool? What's it even called? Where is paint tool? Spray gun. Invar and silicon. Fine, just make the paint. I can deal with the pollutant easily enough. Of course it's a different grey. Of course it is. Hey! Exactly the right amount for what I needed. Was there a light grey? I don't think so. It's just the grey. The colour variations available in Stationeers are pretty limited. I think given what we're working with in Stationeers, I'm happy enough with this. I feel like the wall is differentiated enough from the floor. The floor has the nice bright space in the middle. This feels alright. Yeah, I'm happy with how this looks. I think it works. Okay. So I've got to wait for gold or go mine it myself, which I don't really want to do. What am I doing? I guess I do the... I need gold before I can mess with this script idea I have. Because I need gold to print off the parts. I might actually have to go out and hand mine some gold. Because I've had the centrifuges off for so long that it's going to take a while to catch up. And I'm going to need gold to print off the new batteries, I think, too. I'll check, though, but I'm pretty sure I do. Okay, that one might be not too far from finishing. Oh yeah, the insulated inline tanks, that's right. I need to do that. let's set that up then. Gonna need more silicon. Oh yeah, fair point. I can just early open centrifuges. Let's find some that have gold. That has 4 grams of gold. That has 13. That has 16. 14. Do those 3 for the moment. Okay, so I think forced manual opening on these was probably a good idea. So I should hopefully get at least one thing of gold out here so that I can put it in the electronics printer. Yay! For the temperature recording, I think you need 3 values. Yesterday's max, today's max, and current. Loop compares current to today's max, overriding for any new peak. Each midnight, override yesterday peak with today's peak and reset today's peak. Then you can display both the today peak and the yesterday peak. Yeah, Yamino, that's a cool idea if I set that up with 2 displays as well. There we go. Yeah, I quite like that idea. Now, I was going to make silicon, but I forgot. Now, is it 2 or 4 for the powered vent? I think it's 2. Yeah, and 4 plastic sheets, which I have, so we're good. Not that I need the extra vent, because apparently I'm reaching the desired pressures anyway, but why not? Why do you need to know what the temp was yesterday? What use is that info? Well, in terms of a temperature display inside here, out of interest, if I see that the average daily temperature, the max daily temperature is going up, then we're getting towards winter, or astronomical winter, which I'm just going to call winter from now on because I'm lazy. If the temperature is going the other direction, then we're heading towards summer. So it gives us a trend and tells us which way the seasons are going. So beyond that, I don't think there's much use in it, but that's potentially useful information, so why not? In terms of for my Stirling engine setup, no, there's no use there. All right, I'm going to drain my batteries, my base batteries, that is. Mowgli, I don't really need to track low temps because the low temps are the same year round. The low temperatures don't change at all. They're static. But the different, like I just need to know each day's maximum temp. I don't really, for the Stirling engines, need to know the day before. Although I guess you could use the day before's info to adjust the max temp differential. Like, if the temp yesterday is lower than, like, you could add an extra bit, but that just, this all seems way too complicated. Like, you could use the trend to predict and then have the adjustment actually track properly rather than being a bit wonky, but yeah, no. That all sounds far more than I'm willing to do. Thanks, Zethchuk. I'm really quite happy with this base. Getting happier the more I fill in the little gaps around here that I haven't done. I'm very, very keen to make a bigger effort with future bases to have more split level stuff like this, because it feels really nice having split levels in Stationeers. It's so easy to end up building a perfectly flat sprawling base. I'm hoping the terrain update is going to drive more interesting base design as well, because you'll want to take advantage of the views and what natural features there are around to make them more interesting as well. Yeah, Zoran, that's exactly the plan. That's why I want to know what the max temperature of any particular day is, because I want to adjust the temperature at which the vents turn on based on the previous day's max temp. So I'm always turning it on at a point where it will get some gas, but it will only take the hottest gas of any particular day. That's the whole reason I want to learn how to do this. I'm just looking around, trying to think of where I would want this information displayed, where it could be useful. So I didn't really put any walls in the greenhouse here. I'm sort of tempted to remove these bits of glass and put walls in this section just so I can have a little info section. Put this temperature gauge up, put the previous day's temperature, put it all on that wall there.
Hydration critical.
Near the furnace in case I build a hot air intake for it. I guess if I move these Stirlings, I could bump this wall out and build like a little control station up here. And that way I know when the temperature's been hot enough outside, I can have a little switch that I flick that goes between the intake from there versus an intake from outside. Could do that. Yeah. Yeah, let's move those Stirlings. But first, I want to check what I need for the big batteries. So I need to get that Stellite. Probably make some more Stellite, really. And I need a whole lot more gold. Alright. So that's... We'll leave the battery project for later. Let's go out and upgrade the Stirlings and put the extra vent down. Man. This suit storage thing, now that I understand what I need to do for it, it's actually not all that complicated. I'm definitely building them earlier on during my saves. I'm thinking what I should do is, once I move these Stirlings, bring this wall here out to where this corridor is, so that I can have a direct access through there, as well as the access around the back of the battery room. How much are you putting out? Dang. Getting so much better power. Really didn't take much for the power to increase a huge amount. Are there... Huh. I don't know whether this would actually be all that useful, but a tool charger. So you put the whole tool in to charge its battery rather than just having to grab the battery out every time. Just make it easier for the way that I manage my inventory. I don't have any grand plans towards rocketry. Vulcan doesn't really feel like I particularly need it. I was leaning towards it being a possibility if/when I get to realizing how little water I can actually make from my oxygen supplies. Right, that should be good. Let's set that in. And now, these are all off. Yeah, I'm thinking if the pool filling is slow, then I go and mine space ice to get stuff more quickly. Yep, these are the last ones. Yeah. I will go deal with my hunger because that breathing is going to be really annoying. I mean, Shadow Drake, that's got to be the lamest way for me to fill a pool though, doesn't it? Just selling all my ores off and buying water in? I mean, in terms of game mechanics, that I would say that's the worst option. Not saying I won't do it, but definitely feels like the worst option. Oops. Harvested that one too early. Oh yeah, I needed to name that vent, didn't I? Thank you. Forgot that I did that. Alright. I was going to make a few more heavy cable because I think I'm going to need a few to move these other things around. Get the stuff moved to where I need it to be. Yeah, exactly fine. The trade method of acquiring things is certainly, to me, the most boring way to do anything. Yeah, because that was exactly why I said, I'm not saying I won't do it, but I'm gonna try not to. is if I knew that the terrain update was coming and I was close to getting my pool filled, then yes, I might well sell off everything I've got just to try and get enough water to fill a pool. But after I move these Stirlings, I'm going to start working on this water production, I think. That's what I gotta do. All this talk of water, we need some water production. Hey Nev, how's it going? Program a rocket to launch, mine for ice until it's full, and then return entirely on its own. Oof. Oof. I mean... Can you even do that if you haven't already scanned for the locations? Don't you need to have... Doesn't the scanning need human input? I mean, yes, the risk of me doing a large amount of water and having to cool it down is me doing mass cooling, but the mass cooling here on Vulcan is much quicker, and because I understand how that stuff works, at least it's not the fiddling around that I did with Venus. So it's not quite as bad. Now, I am piggybacking on this line, aren't I? Yes, I am. So, let's fix that. See if I can get this built in quickly enough. Tidy things up around here a little bit. Really do need this to be a different color. I blew up an internal fuel line due to overpressure on my rocket, but luckily the fuel already in the engine was enough for a suicide burn. It came down in flames, but actually landed. Oh, nice one, Nev. That's one way to dramatically land a rocket. Yes. Electric blue. Blue would make a lot of sense. Just as long as it's a different color, it doesn't matter. As long as it's different. Like, I could do the evil thing that electronics so often do and use green, just so that certain people aren't able to tell the difference. But I don't think I'll do that. Can you put the tool belt on the suit rack? Huh. That would be a cool way of recharging your tools. So you have an inside set of tools and an outside set of tools. And you recharge each while using the other. That's those fully disconnected. Let's get those cows. Oh, thank you. I had forgotten to name the vent, even though it had been mentioned just before I came out here. Thank you. No, you can't. Just tried it. Would be awesome, though. Yeah. It would be so nice to be able to just shove a whole bag of tools in there to get all their batteries recharged. And then it'll be drill. Now these should be safe for the moment. Put that on the wrong row, didn't I? Oh no, I didn't. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll try and get some more in a minute. Fill in the last 3 that are missing. Well, it should be safe to put these on the ground because they have very few moles of gas in them and were set up to be safe with high temperatures in them, so... should be safe. Okay, do I have enough gold to print off 3 more sterlings? Let's go see. Be nice to just finish the set, and then I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'll have 24 sterling engines, which should be producing so much power that I'm not really struggling for anything for a while. Why are 2 red and the rest yellow? Yeah, I did get lazy painting them. That is true. I got no comeback to that. None at all. Oh, let's take my suit off because my waist tank's quite full. Sterling. 3 more. Yes, I can do 3 more. Though I don't have enough steel, so I gotta go make some steel. Helps if I go through the correct door. Still no gold. I mean, if I'm making steel... may as well do that. So... The Stirling engines are placed the way they are to maximize the power output from the gas that I collect, not to maximize the power output from each Stirling engine. Each column of 4 is producing overnight something like 4.5 kilowatts. So that's producing a lot more power from that bit than than I really need to worry about. Don't think I'm getting to the point of being so high on so much power that I'm possibly going to burn through cables. I think I'm a long way from that, thankfully. So that's a weirdly annoying point to reach. Yeah, I should probably cook this copper just to get it out of my suit. Because I know it's hand-mined copper. Which is the main reason I haven't done anything with it. Because I don't want to put copper that's going to off-gas into the system, even though I did set it up to accept that. It'll be fine. Let's just do it. Okay, it's gone. So I should produce 1 kilogram of steel from this. Once it's all in. There we go. Let's get that out. Kazakman, the amount of power you're going to get out of those Stirlings depends on the gas that's going in, and I'm at the worst point of year for the Stirlings. During the hotter time of year, I was getting 4 kilowatts from each one, but I'm in the cooler time of year, so I don't get quite as much. And we're storming, so I'm not going to get as much now anyway. So that's the last Stirling engine I need. Yeah, so having them set up the way I am means instead of dumping out my hottest gas just straight into my second hottest gas from the first Stirling engine straight into the atmosphere, I'm generating some power off that, and then I'll generate some power off the next step, and off the next one. And because once the Stirling engine is set up, it requires no inputs, there's no harm to that. It's just the input, it's just the setup cost. So I figure, what's the harm? Let's just do it. Perseus Moon, I was never considering really heat exchange with the furnace. It's not worth it. Heat exchange with the water system, on the other hand, absolutely considering that. Based on what we observed earlier, your estimated output with those additional 3 Stirlings would be about 37 kilowatts. That's at the moment, so I don't think I get... Oh, the frame drops with the storms on top of the base here. I don't think I get triple that output during the hot times of year. Maybe double, or close to double, but I don't think I get triple, so yeah, that's cool. So I should be safe. There we go, my frames are back. And those. So I should need one more insulated inline tank. And then I need the other electronics parts. And the canisters. Oof. Oh, that's the other thing. Because my tank's so big now. And if we're actually reaching... Yeah, the Stirling engines are turning on during the storm because I've actually got enough gas, which I didn't have before. Where are we at pressure-wise? 17.9. I wonder if I can still maintain those pressures with a bigger tank so I have even more effective heat stored. Heat stored. So that then during any times where, say, I have a storm during the day, where I'm losing the ability to gain that hot gas, I'll still be able to produce power the next night. I wonder. And I definitely don't have enough power cable for this. Yeah, fallen short. Okay. Yeah, I already put the canisters in the engines. It's all good. But yes, they would have blown away and gotten destroyed if I'd left them loose. Code to be able to toggle it to turn off if the batteries are full to save on power costs to fill. Huh. I mean, if I was optimizing, yeah, that's a valid path to getting that system even more optimal. Electronic parts. Need 5. Went off one of... Oh, I'm out of silicon. I'll deal with that in a sec. Oh yeah, I'm so good on power right now. I'm not remotely worried. I still want to do the daytime thing just because I want to learn the scripting thing of it. But yeah, I'm so good on power. It's all good. See, James, there's two kinds of lazy in this game. There's the kind of lazy who's like, programming is hard, and then there's the other kind of lazy where watching a thing is hard. I am gradually shifting over to the watching a thing is hard group, but it is a very slow and very hard fought transition. Yeah, water's low. I hear. I should have changed out of my suit. And that should be empty enough. Chuck a little bit in. No, it's already hot enough. Is it ignited on its own? Perfect. Yeah. I don't think I've reached the point where I would say I like programming. I don't think that's true. I still don't think I like it. I like some of the outcomes, and I like the sense of achievement, but I don't think I'm yet at a point where I could say I like the actual process. The actual process is still a real struggle for me. And we need canisters. Yeah, I tolerate it because it has to be done. It's kind of like everything I know about computers. It's all in the pursuit of being able to play game more. everything I ever learnt about how to mess with Windows, networking, all this sort of stuff has been 100% in service of playing games more. I don't have that internal drive to just mess with this stuff that I know a lot of the people who are really, really good at this have. Like when I talk to people who programming is a big part of their daily life, a lot of the ones who are happy with that being the case seem to have that internal drive to do it. That I lack. But yeah, and that's what's really cool about Stationeers is that it's integrated the programming into the game in such a way that you can learn little bits and you can create those tiny little tasks that allow you to learn it gradually and almost without really noticing what you're learning. Been watching through your earlier Vulcan videos. Thank you for the content. Just got to your death after 60 to 80 days. Yep, that one hurt. That one really hurt. It birthed this base, which is a much better, more fun base, so, you know. At least something good came of the tragedy, but still, yeah, that one hurt. There's a reason I don't often do the equivalent to Minecraft Hardcore, where one death, that's it. One day you'll wake up in the morning and go, yay, programming day. I've been a programmer for 20 years now, still haven't had that day. Oof. I mean, I might do, or I might not, but I'm not going to complain when I regularly have oh yay, it's X stream day, or it's X recording day. I get to do this today. Because I do often feel that way with the various series that I do. I wake up in the morning like, yes, it's this one. Or I go to bed the night before thinking, oh yeah, cool, I'm going to do this in this. I'm going to do this thing. I'm going to do this thing. So I'm very fortunate on that front. I need to go get those cables. Finish this. Dumb question, why have multiple exhausts when you can link them all together, have one? Because I think it looks cool. Also, I'm not sure it's that much more efficient. Or even more efficient. Because this way I've got more rapid equalization with the external temperature. I don't know. I don't know whether it makes it more efficient or not. But I did it because I liked the look. I thought it helped give that heavy industry vibe. Having lots of smokestacks coming from there. Daz, as much as I complain about you guys trying to get me to learn the stack, it doesn't really bother me. I can just easily ignore. I have learnt some very useful skills at ignoring things that are annoying me out of playing Stationeers on stream when I don't understand programming properly. So I remember how easily frustrated I got in the earlier days when people were telling me how to do stuff, and it's very much me thing, not a you guys thing, with how to manage that feeling while still engaging. Because it's really just about being able to go, oh yeah, okay, that's different how I want to do it. That's okay. Doesn't have to be the same. We can all do things in our own ways. And I've learnt a lot about how to better communicate that than I used to. Which I think is a very, very valuable thing. Enjoy this game a lot, that it has now overtaken Space Engine as the top most played game in my library at over 800 hours played. My problem is I love early game in almost all games, but I struggle with the mid game. It's the same in SE, Factorio, Satisfactory. The linear structure to get through the early game works for me, but the slightly... Yeah. Just can't handle the unstructured direction mid game can take you. I think it's not... I think people are harsh on themselves in saying it's the unstructured nature that gets in their way. I think often the survival game works because it gives you an urgency. Once you've met those initial goals, the urgency is gone, and without that urgency, a lot of the practice we've had playing games at making decisions under pressure is gone, and so our ability to make decisions is also gone. Because without that pressure, the decision making just goes, guess I watch TV now. And so it's and I imagine it's not likely that we're going to see a game that figures out a balance in such a way that you can have that pressure even later on. Because the balancing of all the different levers that you have to pull at that point would be so hard. There we go. All of my Stirlings are up and running. Power is dealt with for a while. Yeah, vintage story, scrapyard mod for space engineers. They both approach that problem in a similar way, which is slow everything down. If you slow everything down enough, you extend out that early phase by a lot. But if you slow everything down a lot, you also make it into a grind for a lot of people. Did I have a Sterling that was off and not running? I thought they all started running by the end there. I'm gonna have to go back and check now. That's annoying. Because that could explode. Maybe I missed a cable on one? I mean, they all look on from here. You can see the little green lights. Oh no, this one's not. Oh, this one's not plugged in. Oh dear. Yeah, wrong tool. There we go. That probably got near exploding pressure. Lucky I had the the pipe utility kit on here, because that would have been exploding pressure for a single pipe. Kill. Let's just check now that I've... all four of those. All four of those. All four of those, and we know these are all right. Kill. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah, you hear singing, it's coming from this pollutant pipe over here. That does some work to cool these down. So these are sitting at, you know, 90-ish degrees Celsius. Yeah, you need a game system smart enough to know when a player has reached the inflection point on basic survival, then start adding different environmental challenges that don't seem too gimmicky. I think you could probably achieve something that does a reasonable job of that in certain games, because certain games, the inflection point comes when a certain thing is made or built, so the game system can just use that as a trigger point for starting another timer for another event happening, or some sort of thing to change. But it is tricky to do that in a way that feels realistic enough. Yeah, and without going down the route of let's just have bad guys. One of the things I always enjoyed the most in games like RimWorld was when I didn't have invasions coming, and instead I just had winter. Had the environment harsh enough that it was a struggle to survive, have infections happen, have things like that. They felt so much more fun to me than just, oh, I've got to deal with more raiders. Yay, some of my colonists are going to get badly injured and die. The only thing I can do to prevent this is, well, nothing, because they're going to come and raid me anyway. I have to fully game the system on how much wealth I have. Focus on combat entirely in a colony game that really excels when you're not. Yeah, Zathjack, I want to play some... I've been playing a bit of Vintage Story on my own recently. I've owned it for ages. But I struggled to get into the game for a long time because of the... the main story mechanics irritate me. Like, really irritate me. Because again, you've got this awesome survival game, and what do? They add enemies. I don't class getting eaten by a bear or a wolf as an enemy. That's just a hungry animal. Yeah, temporal storms bug me. And the only way I can see myself coping with them is by just basically ignoring that they exist. Or getting to a point where I can cheese them. And that just, if the desired way for me to, if my desired way for dealing with a problem is to cheese it, then the game's done that problem wrong. They give me the same, the temporal storms give me this in Vintage Story, for those who haven't played it. The temporal storms are a periodic thing that comes and brings a whole lot of enemies that it can attack you. And every single guide I've read online about how to deal with them is how to cheese them. There's not actually a, hey, you can deal with this if you do these things, that the game provides some insight into. It's literally just cheese it. And the moment your game's best way of dealing with something is cheesing it, I do think you've done something wrong. I may be missing something, and I may not have found some guides that actually do something. But yeah, I do feel like it's a problem. And sure, Zolan, you can turn them off and customize the game and play it in Homo sapiens mode where it gets rid of all that, but it's like, then you're also potentially missing out on a lot of the other elements of the game. I feel like they need to fix temporal storms, not get rid of them. That would be the way I feel about that. I'm going to take a quick bio break and go fill up my water bottle. When I come back, I'm going to basically toss a mental coin and decide whether I want to make the water system now, or if I want to make the script to check on temperatures now. Because I haven't decided, and I know I need to do both, and both are the most proximate things I want to do. So I will be right back. I've not played it, but from what I've seen, the temporal storm mechanic falls into the kind that I heavily dislike. You must stop what you are doing and deal with it now, and do so in an uninteresting way. I don't mind the stop what you are doing and deal with this now sort of problem, because I think sometimes that's the sort of time pressure that makes you make mistakes that make things get interesting later. But I completely agree with you, the do so in an uninteresting way, as literally all the guides say, build yourself a safe room that has a single entry that's small enough that you hide in and you poke enemies with a stick gradually over time. I've not seen a single guide that deals with the temporal storms in an interesting way. Like, I quite enjoyed the Horde Nights in 7 Days to Die, because you could deal with them before they made the zombies into zombies with engineering masters, and made base building pointless. Because you could do some interesting base design to try and deal with them. You could get yourself elevated up, and you'd be trying to. I like the idea of having explosive zombies that can damage your walls, so you have to deal with them quicker, so there's an interesting element to interact with them. But they should, if they're all still dumb, then you can still try and manage them in ways that don't require you to game the system. You can still do it the way that Capac and I always did it, which was set up our base so that we had clear lines of fire, and we had walls, and we could keep them outside our walls, and we could do things in such a way that it was interesting. And dealing with explosive ones was fine because you just had to keep them at the walls and hope that you could get them before they got to your walls, so you're sniping and you're worried about the ones that are building up and all this sort of stuff. But once they just path found perfectly around your base defenses, it was like, well, the only way to game this is to build a maze. Because the game has completely nerfed everything that you built in it and made it so that it's really hard to build fun and interesting bases. You must build this one specific way, it's the only way that works. And it's like, well, that's kind of sad. Because the building was a really fun part of 7 Days to Die, and they kind of, to me, ripped out the soul of it. But Stationeers doesn't have this problem because it doesn't have combat, which is good. So doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. I think I'm going to work on this little programming task because I think it should be smaller. And I think that I think that the water thing, I'm still building up a safety net of oxygen, so that's fine. I don't need to, I'm not wasting time that I could be producing water because I'm probably going to be able to produce water faster than I can produce oxygen anyway. So I don't need to jump onto that soon. But yeah. I completely disagree, Shadow Drake. The pathing cheesing has not been fixed in 7 Days to Die at all. Because the entire gameplay now is pathing cheesing. That's all it is. It's just that's the building gameplay. It's not, I can build this cool looking thing and make it work. It's, I must path cheese. Because my builds are worthless. Now, what do I need to build this thing? I need a spot to put the displays up first. Yeah, the pressure is coming down to 107 actually, Draco. My filters failed, so I ended up running out of, I ended up over stacking my base. So this filter is just slowly working its way down. It's coming down slowly. How do I make water in this world? I use a hydrolyzer thingy-majiggy. No, I don't. I use a H2O... What is it called? Hydrogen? What's the thing called? Basically, I burn hydrogen and... I burn volatiles and oxygen, and it produces water. What is it called? Combustor. Thank you. H2 combustor. So this will take volatiles and oxygen and turn it into water and pollutants. Well, it'll turn it into really hot steam and pollutants. And so that really hot steam and pollutants, you can then obviously ditch the pollutants and cool the steam down to make it into liquid water. Yeah. What am I doing? Where am I walling? Where am I putting this on the wall? I was talking earlier about putting it on the wall over there, but I could put it on the wall here. Do I have anything on this wall? Have that power cable for the lights and that's it. So I could put it over here. Yeah. Can you do anything with pollutants or is it a permanent nuisance? It is useful for cooling systems as a medium for phase change. But other than that, yeah, it's a nuisance. So I need a sensor to put outside. So let's get that made. Need a sensor. Need a... I see... I need a housing. I have not extended the building at all with the Stirling relocation. No. And I think I'm going to hold off on doing that for the moment. Largely because I'd like to mess with this scripting first before I decide how I want to lay it out more permanently. Because I feel like I'm probably going to lay it out in a way that makes no sense first and then be like, okay, I can do this better next time. I do have a sensor that is the display near the airlock, but it's also in a really inconvenient place and I don't want to get rid of that one. So I'm making a new one. Yeah, I could make a laptop. I don't want to. I talked about it earlier this stream. I just genuinely don't want to make a laptop. I like my little programming nook. It feels fun to have it. And I'm purposely making an extra IC10 here because I wanted a spare one so that I can hot swap. So one of the reasons I like that little nook is that it gives me a... no, I don't need any other things, no. The little nook gives me a spot that I go to where I get out of my suit to do the programming, which means I haven't been stinky for weeks, in-game weeks. I want a area power controller. And now, what sort of display do I want to use? Like an LED display? That can show numbers, right? Because I can't... Can I use an IC10 to display stuff on... Like a console does things differently, doesn't it? Will an LED be the best option? Oh, we'll do this. We'll go with LED.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, there's definitely nothing on this wall. We should be fine. Putting APC here. Now, I might go medium displays. One. Oh, I need more consoles. I'm going to do that. Because that should give me enough room to put a sign above it. Can you display multiple variables on the larger screens? I don't know. Also, that's not where I make signs. Shoot's always been white is grey on the T-Rex scanner. I don't know. I think so. Okay, I'm gonna have to go 2x1s so that this looks neat. And labeler. There we go. Now, can I mess with this in such a way that it will change the font size? I don't think it will. I think it ignores spaces. So I'd have to put like a dot. And then that messes with the centering. I think I'll just cope with them being different sizes. It's trying to mess with the font size in an interesting way, but eh. Is that a solid wall behind that block? Yes, it is. Okay, cool. I can remove that wall and replace it with another one that gives me easy access to the block. Name the LEDs. Oh, yeah. There we go. Y-Day Max LED and T-Day Max LED. Housing. Let's cable these up. I don't believe there's any markup language that you can use on the things, on the signs. I think you're just kind of stuck with what it is. You can paint them, I'm pretty sure, though. Now, it's important to remember, this entire setup is in service of me learning a new thing. So, if I can learn the new thing, then it has achieved its purpose. Okay, I think that's all I need for that. And then I just need to hook this up to mains. Should be relatively straightforward. Done. Yeah, there are a few decorative modded things like modded signs that I'd be quite tempted to implement at some point. Don't know why I'm putting a battery in here, but I figured I've got some, so why not chuck them in them? Okay, so I need to go outside and put down that sensor. Where did I leave the sensor? And then we can get to figuring this out and learning things. Oh boy. I'm scared. I'm really worried about how much this is going to hurt. How much of a headache I'm in for. I do feel like there are a whole bunch of possibilities that it might open up, though. But my idea is the day will reset when the temperature goes below a certain point, so I don't need a solar sensor for that. And I find out the maximum by comparing the current to the previous max. Yeah, I'm using this to learn and we'll implement it into the Stirlings if it's functional. And that's obviously a big if. Big if. The science text is capable of being formatted using standard BB code formatting. Huh. Interesting, let's try it. If the wiki's saying that there's BB code formatting for this, let's try. So let's try bolding. Oh yeah, that works. That does work. Interesting. Okay. I'm not sure how I want to format this. Maybe I want yesterday bolded instead. Oops. But yeah, I might have to make use of that. That's cool. Interesting. It might work with color as well. Okay. Edit. Let's library. Sterling gases. Save. And we're going to clear. So, let's set up the devices on that thing. D0 gas sensor. D1 today. D2 yesterday. I don't know how you do font sizes with BB code. But the font sizes are different because they're based on the sizing of the... They're automatically scaled to the size of the LED, the sign, and how much text you've put there. Alias sensor D0 alias T-day LED D1 alias yesterday LED D2. Alright. So, what I definitely need to have is load into, let's define, let's go temp current into R0, R15. So load into temp current sensor temperature. So we need that at the very least.
Hunger caution.
Ah. Let's try that. Use size equals, we'll try 36 just as a starting point. Oops. Oh, that didn't work. Oh. Interesting. It's changing the name, it's changing the font size, not on the screen, but rather on the tooltip. Interesting. That was unusual. Okay, so we load the current temperature. Then we compare the current temperature to the... I'm going to... in the startup, I'm going to set T-day max to something. Because I think it needs to be set to something. How do I set a variable? Sorry, not a... How do I set a register? Move. Move T-day max. It needs to have a value. Oh, it probably doesn't actually. That should be fine. No, it doesn't. So load temperature, then Uh, set less than. Set greater than? Register equals 1. No, I want... I don't know what I want. What do I want? What do I want to do here? I want to compare this temperature to the existing today max temperature, and if it's greater than the T-day max temperature, set T-day max to that amount. How do I do that? I don't even know where to really start with that. I think I have to do branching here. Branch greater than or less than. Either way, could work. Branch line C if A is greater than B. So if temp current is greater than T day max, then go to set new max. And that would be move into T day max temp current. I think I've got that around the right way. Yeah. Maybe a relative branch less than? What? I don't even... What is even that? Relative jump to line C if A is greater than B. I don't see what that adds to what I'm doing. That... I'm just going to ignore that because I genuinely don't see that with... What? I don't see what that helps, and I think it's adding something that's confusing me, so I'm just not going to do it. Then we want here, jump to whatever the next section is. So we skip the set new max. Jump to set yesterday. Because if the current temperature is not higher than the set new maximum... Oh, it needs to be branch greater than or equal. What's that equal? BGE. Yeah, I want branch greater than or equal. Oh no, I just want branch greater than. Yeah, because equal doesn't help me. No. So what I'm worried about is if I check the temperature and then I set my new today maximum to that, and then I check it again too quickly, the temperature won't have changed. And in that event, if the temperature hasn't changed, I want it to keep cycling through, not setting a new maximum. So this is correct. TDO max to temp from then jump to start, yeah, from there. So that would jump back to start to then check it again. But I might put a yield in here just to ensure that we do have an update. Then if not, we go... If the temperature's coming down... Is there something like a move if greater than command? Yeah, that would certainly simplify this setup. That would make a big difference. Hey, Deltark. Everything's going fine. I think. Trying to learn a new thing in scripting and understand the logic behind it. Which is tricky. And it's going to take me a bit of headaching to get through, I think. If you want to detect the peaks, 2 variables, one for current and one for the previous reading should do the trick. Yeah, I probably should have a temp current and a temp previous because I kind of want to... Yeah. Because I probably don't want to move to today's maximum until I know that we're on the actual new day. Do I? Do I? I don't know. I don't know what I want to do here yet. This is the thing. This is the problem. There's so many things that I can think that might be useful, but I just don't know which ones are actually useful. Yeah, Zoran, I want to start off with something that does this ignoring storms, and then I'll add in stuff that will cope with storms. At the moment, I don't want to worry about storms because even the basic stuff, assuming storms don't exist, is difficult enough for me. So I'll add the storm complexity as a later step to make this work better. All right. Let's just brute force myself. Yeah, Kazakman, I know I used the return address stuff in the Larrys, but I did that once I already had loops that worked, and then I added that and I improved it with it. So I found it easier to work through it that way. I should be able to avoid the storm problem by just checking the storm temp. Okay. Let's do this again. I'm just going to get rid of this. I need to think through this again. Not happy with how this is working. Okay, so we're beginning off. Yeah, fair point, Joe. I could probably put comments in of what I'm trying to do at this stage so that I remember what I'm doing. So loading current temp to compare to previous high for the day. So we also need to compare, so then I'm going to compare this. So set greater than does work, but it sets a register to 1, which is not helpful, or set less than. So that's why I don't use that. So that's why I want to use a branch so that I can set the values correctly. So, suppose I could use, all right, let's try and use the relative thing. And here, no, I'm not looking at select because I don't want to read documentation right now. Because that, and that's, no, not. Yeah, Rhinestone. Adding comments does help people who are lost so they can read what I'm trying to think through right now. Absolutely. So branch, is that, what's the relative branch greater, what was it? That. Branch line C and store next line number in RA. Cool. All right. So we're going to branch greater than if A is greater than B. So if temp current is greater than temp previous. And we're going to need a value for temp current. Oh no, we don't. That should be fine. Starting with 0 is fine. Temp previous, jump to set new previous. So set new previous temp. This will be move into temp previous, temp current. Jump to RA. So then we return back here. And this part sets temp previous to temp current because temp current was higher. Omen, I don't know why I need a temp previous here, but I'm doing it and I can always replace it later. Oh, Cosmic Bird, 1000%. Every single thing I do, there is a... I disagree with your use of the term simpler, but there is a tidier solution than what I do. But I completely disagree with your term simpler, because simpler implies easier to use, and that is not necessarily the case when you're talking about methods of coding that I've never used before. Yeah, my reasoning initially for the temp previous was I was thinking that I might want to have a temporary variable to store what's happening today in while still keeping my today value. But I don't think I actually do, because that's why I'm keeping the yesterday's value, because the yesterday's value is the working value for the Stirling's system to work off, and the yesterday one is the working value. So I don't think I actually need it. I think now that I say it like that, I probably don't actually need it. So I might get rid of it because it does feel like it's adding complexity beyond what I need. So let's get rid of it. We'll just work with today's maximum. So that's temp. So that's today's max temp to current because current was higher. There you go. All right. So I've set the new max temp to the new current temp. I don't think I want to do a relative branch here. I think I want to go back to the start and I keep updating this until this isn't true. I don't think I want to go back and do the next thing. Yeah. So I don't think I want to use a relative here at all. I want to go back to start. And just to make some people happy, I'll do that. Okay, so after we've branched to that, we set our new previous, we jump back to start, and we keep doing that until temperature current is not higher than today's max. And in that case, that should then say, okay, day has ended because we're no longer getting higher. But I don't want to strictly end the day there. I would rather end the day when the temperature is is below probably 200 Celsius. I think is probably what I want. All right, so after this happens, after this has reached its peak, what needs to happen next? I need to compare the current peak against my expected, and this should protect against storms. So, branch less than. So if T day max is less than, what is it in Kelvin? So 273 plus, so probably less than 500. In fact, 600 would be perfectly safe because I really don't want this to work even if it's less than 600 Celsius. So I can probably go 750. Then jump to storm. So this is my storm safety. Safety to not reset temps if storm day. So we checked if there's a storm. If there's a storm, then we just basically jump to start and we don't do anything. But I'm going to need some sort of check for when the temperature is going down so I don't keep resetting everything during the downtime, which I'll figure out later. Because this is going to be broken the moment that I reach after midday. The way I've set this up. Because I need to check that the temperature is rising before I actually start going through all of this. They're a long wait commands, but I can't rely on a long wait because the day length changes so much throughout the year. Alright, so... we're tracking the minimum temperature by the end start of day. Annoyingly not. The temperature does seem to plateau for a period during the night. It reaches a steady state. And so I need to find out when that steady state stops being steady. As far as I'm aware, no, Horman, there is no way to calculate the time of day without using a sun sensor, which is what people had suggested, but I'm hoping I can use dynamic values to figure that out instead. Because I think that might be more useful to learn. And be part of the whole learning that I'm trying to do around this. So, after we'll ignore the storm thing for the moment. I'm just putting that there so I have something. Now... oh yeah, that's a fair point. Sweaty Orange Bunny. If I know the previous... if I compare... let's just write out the logic for this. So, compare... temperature current. Oh, dang it, I had this clear in my head and then I kept reading. I should have stopped reading and started talking. Come on. If I have... I know what the day's lowest temperature is. So I know 126 degrees Celsius is what our low is. So as long as I set that and compare that to the current temperature and compare that to the today's maximum temperature, no, that doesn't work. Dang it. Curses. I will think through this further. But yeah, if I just do it as across a couple of ticks and go, what's the difference between my low and this current temperature, and then wait 2 seconds. What's the difference now? If the difference is greater between those two, then things are going up. So, we've done the set new max. Just renaming these so that I've got them consistent. Set new today's maximum, then once it's not greater than, somewhere you need to bypass if current temp is lower than max temp. Yes. That's effectively what I've got right now. That's what I'm trying to do right now. So while where the temperature is not greater, what do I need to do? What has to happen? Do I just jump to start at this point? Because I also need to set, at some point, yesterday's max based off today's max. I guess at this point I could set move into yesterday max T-day max. And that should be fine. Let's just see what happens with this. What I need to do is set up this so that it's going to display on screen what is going on. So how do I tell the screen to display stuff? I think it is set T day LED. Logic type setting will be T day max, and set Y day LED setting Y day max. Make screens display values. All right. There's no harm in this system of doing some tests and having it run and see what happens. Because this system is isolated. Thanks, Orman. Yeah, if it breaks on the storm, yeah, fair point. Just so it can't break on that. Check if greater, check if lower, check if storm, then end day. Yeah. Check if greater. Check if lower. Which is the... And check if storm, which is what I'm doing. And that ends the day. Once it is lower, it ends the day. And then it goes from there. So, Zoland, the purpose of this script is to enhance my Stirling engines. So, I don't need to identify whether there's a storm, I just need to identify if the previous day's max temperature was affected by a storm. It's not knowing whether there's a storm or not, it's knowing whether the previous day's max temperature was affected by a storm. And I know that throughout the entire year, the coldest day is still hotter than 750 as long as there's no storm. So I will be happy to use whatever the previous day's setting was that I've calculated off this script, as long as it's not impacted by a storm. So I just ignore the value if this happens to be the case. Which, this kind of works, just jumping to start from storm. I could really just get rid of that and just go start, but just in case I need to add something later. And I'll be interested to see what happens with this as the sun comes up. Because it should hopefully change. And as you can see, we've reached the steady state temperature-wise. Well, I plan ahead. I plan ahead when I understand it. I decided to not leave that bit of scripting as future me problem because I realized there was a solution as it was rolling around in the back of my head. Yes, no. Day temperature in winter on Vulcan always gets hotter than 750. That's the point. I'm checking that it's not below that value. If it's below that value, then it's a storm that happened that day, which means I do not want to change the daily max temperature. There we go. Today's max temp is going up. So the 750 is correct. It is what it's supposed to be. The thing that I haven't got, though, is that if we reach the end of the day... no, because that isn't... Will I always be moving that? I'll keep moving that across every time, which is fine. It doesn't really matter. It's not doing any harm. So yeah, that should be okay. The thing I need to fix is resetting the Tmax value on a new day to account for winter to summer transition. I don't think this will be impacted to... Oh, yes. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I need to reset. You're absolutely right. So after this is done, I need to set... And I need to set that to something low. So I can set it to 750. That should work, right? I think. No. That doesn't work. No, it needs to be higher than 750, so it doesn't go to the storm part. Storm is branched less than. So it needs to be set to higher. It needs to be set to 751. And so we're still going up. And this part's working at least. We just need to get to the middle of the day, which is still a ways off. It should... See, this is where I might have needed today's previous temperature and keep reading the temperature after it starts going down. Is it currently branching to storm every time but not doing anything because it just has to jump to start? Yes. Actually, no, it's not even getting that far. I think it's jumping to start after it branches here. So at the moment, this is temp current is greater than T-day max, so it just jumps to this, sets it, and goes back to start. So it doesn't even get into this phase at all. It's not doing this bit yet. It'll do this bit only once the temperature reaches its peak. Which it should be doing soon, I think. We're not too far from it. So we should see yesterday's max temp go in soon. Yeah, I could probably put a console up with just today's temperature. Like the current temperature. What I'm thinking I might do is have a check for the temperature that if the temperature has reached 402 Kelvin, we reset today's max temperature to that at that point. But until then, we don't touch the value, we leave it set. So it only starts going down, it only resets actually at night. We should be nearly midday. Come on. 910 Kelvin. Still going up relatively quickly. So when it reaches the max temperature right now, this should transfer the value across to here. And that's about all we'll see. But it should transfer it over, and then we have a maximum temperature to work from for the Stirlings. And that's the whole goal here. Okay, now it's slowing down. We're getting close. Getting close. Hey, duality. Does keep... There we go. 928 got transferred across. And now that's going to be static. So what I kind of want to do is leave that, but I do want a display of what the temperature is. So the problem with what's just happened is T-Day Max is now set to 928. So if T-Day Max is 928, temperature current has to exceed 928 to set a new maximum. But I need a reset. So what I want to do is branch less than. So if branch, let's see if A is less than B. If temp current is less than 400, it's less than 402, jump to set new T-Day Max. Because I know what the minimum is. Minimums are fixed. They're the same year round. So I know the minimum is 400. I'm setting this a little bit above just because I know that setting it at 400 has not quite worked because it's just tiny fractions above that a lot of the time. So I set it at 402. When the temperature drops below 402, the new Today Max will be reset. And it'll be set to 402. Which then I will compare to the current, and as it starts climbing, it'll start going through that loop. So that should work. Yeah, the storm needs to be moved. I was looking at the storm going, that doesn't seem like it's going to work anymore. Reset temp max when night time. Do not change yesterday max when storm day. And may hash what have I done? set yesterday's max temp from today. Tro day. Storm gets to night temp, it will now reset. Yes. That shouldn't be a problem though. Because it'll then just be reset waiting for the next time that the temperature climbs. Maple Bacon, this is sort of a this is a Stationeers custom version of MIPS. Although that's broken. Uh-oh. Something's gone wrong there. I will be right back. I need to take a quick bio break. Let me bring up the code and then you guys can stare at that with the Capax going over it and try and read it. I'll be right back. Didn't quite think through how much of a personal hell this would be for people trying to actually read this, with the Capax constantly getting in the way. So I think the value up here got weird because of the values resetting with me exchanging the IC10. One of the things that I definitely need to add here is something at the beginning before the start that sets yesterday's max to a reasonable value, because that's a safety net in the event that I have to re-edit this code once I put it in for the Stirlings. So I need to set move y today max, and we'll set that at 800. Can I pull it from the LED? I suppose I could. That would work even better. Load. into my day max. 0. That should work. I think it might still get confused with some stuff, but hopefully that would work. See, it does. Do you have a mechanical way to save the Sterlings in case your software has a bug? Sort of. I've put low enough number of moles of gas into the Sterlings such that if they run at a weird time, they should still not explode. Probably. Maybe? Perhaps? I don't know. I gotta wait for another day and see what happens with this. It's kind of a cool thing to try and puzzle through this. Because it's the sort of thing where I can potentially see a few seasonal things that could make use of this. Or other things that I work around that use previous values and compare against, and I thought it was going to be just an interesting logical exercise for me to try and work through and help me understand stuff a bit better. It depends. Yesterday, today, it's fine. The language, it's good enough. Ideally, my intention had been to move it over to the yesterday value when the temperature reached below a certain point. But I realized that that wasn't really necessary for what this is trying to achieve. And the terminology had already been set by that point, so I left it. The big battery was waiting. I needed to make Stellite, but I think I was also waiting for gold. But yes, let's have a look. Have I gotten any of that stuff through yet? Alright, I was waiting on cobalt too, because I'm low on the cobalt end of things, but I've got more of it now. Got at least 2 bits of gold. So that's something. Alright, so yeah, let's make some Stellite for the big batteries. Silicon, silver, cobalt. So let's start with the cobalt. Cool, we'll use it all up. And then silicon. Oh no! No! I'm one short! How rude. I can probably dump a couple of these to get it. Let's start up this end since I went from the other end. 23 silicon. And 15. 28. Cool. Between those two, I will have enough. Needs more miners. Yeah, I think I have a few more centrifuges than I do strictly need for the number of miners. I've got 4 miners and 12 centrifuges, and I think I could possibly have some more miners, but honestly, the reason I'm behind on resources is because I had these off for most of a stream. So there's a lot of catching up to do. Yeah, I've got Stellite in the Atmo printer, but my whole thing that I've been trying to do since having this set up properly is make more, don't use the stuff that was already in other printers. I don't want to move stuff out of a printer to put it into another one. Because I felt like this way I always end up with enough materials in everything and I don't have to keep shuffling materials because that was getting tiresome. Let's get a bit more fuel mix. Yeah, I produce enough resources if they're actually being produced all the time. And I'm not building like big projects that require tons of stellite. You may want to wait till the end of the day until the temperature drops a certain amount, as the purpose of yesterday's temp is to know when to pull in hot air. If the yesterday value is changing while you're bringing in air, it may cause issues. Yeah, that's possible. It shouldn't, though, because it should just be a dynamic comparison against whatever I've set yesterday's temp to. So if things are above that point, turn on. If they're below that point, turn off. Or, you know, that point minus 50. Thanks, Debugging. I'm pretty happy with it. A little bit more. A little bit more. I went up to 3 before and that was too high. So let's stop there. Hey! Oh. That's still too high. There's my stellite. Yeah, stellite doesn't need super high pressures. It just needs a lot of temperature, and which means I need to burn a lot of stuff. The stellite was to go in here, wasn't it? Why was I making stellite? What was I making with the stellite? Why have I forgotten? Battery. That's what I'm making, yeah. And I need more gold. Okay, the max temp is going up, so that's at least worked. So the me being so forgetful with what task I'm dealing with at any particular time is 100% a stream thing. I am not like this when I'm playing on my own. Because when I'm playing on my own, I'm not distracted from a particular task. I just do that task until I get sick of it. If it requires me waiting in the interim, I just wait. But on stream, I don't like doing that. Plus, I read suggestions you guys have in chat and get excited about doing those things, so then I go off and do those instead. I would sometimes get considerably distracted by, like, when playing with Capac, playing multiplayer. And ending up doing things because he's suggested them as well. So that would happen with multiplayer. But on my own, it doesn't happen. I've got a little bit of super Stellite there. I'm going to just leave that for now. Yeah, exactly, Zoran. Try remembering what you're doing while reading 5 different messages about 5 different things that you could be doing that you may or may not understand and have to actually put mental energy into the understanding of. Oh, and thanks, Bluewood. Speaking of distracted, thank you for the Prime sub 2 hours ago that I've missed. And thank you, Clone the Sheep. Thank you also for the Prime sub. And Squid, thank you for 3 months. Things are going well. Power situation is fixed. I'm now doing things just out of pure academic interest. Because my Sterlings don't really need this setup, but they will potentially be optimized by using this setup. There we go. Now we wait to see what happens when it gets to nighttime. If this value remains until tomorrow. And this value gets reset to 400. As we get more batteries, hopefully. Man, they're slow to make. I'm not sure I strictly need more storage shelves as much as I really just need to actually utilize the ones I have. How was the problem fixed? The problem was fixed by increasing dramatically the peak pressure inside the tank over there. So part of the problem when I rebuilt with the Stirling system with the small tank and going up to the large one was that the pressure inside was, when I messed with the script, set to a very low level. And so the pressure being low meant that fewer moles of hot material were going through the Stirlings, which means they were producing less power. Once I fixed that element of it, the power production of these went through the roof. We went from 50 watts on the 4th in the row to 800. So, yeah, it was a stark difference. And I've also increased the number of Stirling engines. To 1, 2, 3, 4, 20. No, 24. Yeah, Rick, I agree with that. Stationeers is very much a game of do this 'cause cool more than do this 'cause needed after a point. Like all survival games are, really. And that's why I like games that let you do things in and make them pretty, because making things pretty is something that I always find the motivation to do at a certain point. Kazakman, you're thinking of the terms I'm using for these values too literally. Forget the today and yesterday and just think about what the values actually need to do, and the values as they're set are fine. I used the wrong terminology when I started, as opposed to those values doing the wrong thing. I marvel at the massive number of power generation you make. I just build a little over enough. Well, I figure when you're in the process of upgrading something like that, why not just do it? But also, I leave a lot of lights on. Speaking of lights, when those batteries are printed, I would really like to add some little corner lights in, so I can see the corners of the room properly. Yeah, Kazakman, why do I care if it's equal for half the day? It doesn't actually matter. Those values, what they're reading there, are literally just displaying so I can troubleshoot this code. It's not about ever using these screens for anything useful. Yeah, there is that too, Louis. Anytime I build something, I should probably try and make it big enough that it can be useful for the next stream as well, so I don't have to rebuild it every single stream. There's no danger of overcharging batteries. That's not a thing. The batteries just stop taking in power when they're full. Electricity in Stationeers is all about power pull, not power push. So you can burn things out when you're pulling too much power, but you can't burn things out by pushing because there is no push. It's all pull. If I have lights in the corners, how am I going to hide my shame? Well, I don't see my piles of mess as shameful. I just see them as a reality of existence. So I don't feel the need to hide them. I'm going to have to smelt more copper. Let's do that while we're waiting. So in describing the push versus pull, batteries can pull an infinite amount of power until they are full, and once they're full, they stop. So when you have a battery hooked up to a power supplier, if that supplier can supply more than the cable can handle, you burn out the cable. But if that supplier can't supply more than that, then you can't burn out your cable. The battery itself just says, once it's full, I'm going to stop pulling power. And so it just sits there happily not doing anything. So the battery has effectively internal control over all of that stuff. Which I guess makes a degree of sense. Also, that other battery should be finished in a sec. So chuck this 400 copper in there. We can then print off the electronic parts I need to make the batteries. And my power situation in terms of storage will have massively increased. This requires 2 electronic parts each. I need 6. I mean, yeah, my junk room is kind of hiding some shame, but not really. It's more of a fun place to throw things around. I'm out of gold again. And I'm 1 electronic part short. Hey! Look! It did the thing! It hasn't reset this, which is what I was worried about.
Critical.
Yes. Yes. Very happy. So that feels like that code does what I needed to do. Which is kind of awesome. Oh, and yes, for those wondering, unlike my Venus base, I am going to remove all of these basic batteries as I get the big ones built to take their place. They don't... Nothing is reliant on their existence, so I can get rid of them in this case, which is nice. Makes me happy. Because although I could have fixed that script that I had set up in the other save, it was an annoying one to fix. And I do like building in a fully pressurized environment. It's kind of nice hearing more of these sound effects. Okay, then we're gonna angle grinder and wrench. No, I don't care one little bit about depleting them for any sense of efficiency or anything like that. Couldn't care less. Because I don't see any value to it. Like, I'm generating so much power, that's why I'm going up to these bigger batteries, so why wouldn't I want to just get those batteries in quickly? Sooner the better. And I mean, at this point I could probably just get rid of these three. I would, if I'm at a point where I'm depleting power, then yeah, I'd consider that, but I'm not. I'm at a point where I'm generating loads of power. Oh, I'm so happy that this works. This is great. So I can literally, I could try and set this up for my Stirlings now, if I dare. Try and have it all running on the same IC10. Could keep the same script Stirling reads from LED. I was thinking that. I was thinking whether I send this value to the other IC10. I don't know. I mean, I could probably just, yeah, connect this power network to the other one. And just get rid of this APC. Snow, you're misinterpreting what the purpose of these values are. Currently, the Stirlings do turn on at a fixed temperature because there's a known fixed minimum temperature. What I wanted a variable temperature for was when the vents suck in hot air. Because that temperature changes each day, and if I'm in the period of the year where the day gets hotter, I shouldn't suck in air until it's at near its peak, so that I maximize the power output. Yeah, I could write it to a memory and that'd keep the network separate as well. Because you can read and write from both ends of a memory chip, can't you? Yeah. Thought so. What the heck? Let's do it. The only bit I'm iffy on is what's going to happen with the storm. I'm not 100% sure that I've actually set that up correctly. I feel like the storm bit might be a problem. but it shouldn't be. Because I get, instead of setting yesterday's max temperature to whatever the current one is, it'll keep skipping back to the start and keep skipping back to the start until we have a today max value that is higher than that, while that's still not increasing. So yeah, that actually should work. Okay. I have no idea what I'm going to do with the cabling here, though. Because there's a mains in the way. Actually, no, that's my power provision cable. Okay, so that memory chip needs to probably move down here so I can go out and go under the stairs. Yeah. That would work better. Yeah, we'll go there. Okay. Now I need to set the script to do that. There we go. Yeah, today's max temp is going up. Yeah, if a storm happens, it skips the day. Yes. Because I feel like that's probably what I need. But what I need to do with this script is have it not just set... How do I set the memory to it? Edit. Alias. Memory D3. Then, when I move that... Actually, I could just set it in here, couldn't I? Just go set memory. Now, what's the logic type? Is it setting? Yep. Set memory setting by day max. That's it. That should do it. Now, just seeing if this is going to work. Let's quickly grab you. Pop you in there. Export. Okay, that's still working. Now, if I switch to the other one, is it still going to keep those values? Yay! And we just reached max temp anyway, so it switched over. Cool. And memory is set to 928. Excellent. So, let's save this in the library. Create new. Find today's temp. Confirm. Now we need to load in the Stirling gases. And now. This value becomes a variable. And we remove this high pressure option. And we basically rewrite this whole script. Okay, cool. Cool. So we get rid of this. Oh. That doesn't need a branch either. Ah, oh, nuts, I've removed the wrong bit. Hang on. Need to get rid of the low pressure bit. There we go. That's better. That works a lot better. Okay. Today. So, we now need load from the memory, which do I still have enough pins on that? I probably do, so let's set a pin up. Puppet Muncher, I do potentially see a point to rockets, but only once I'm seeing how rapidly or not I produce water using the plants. I need lots of water to build my pools. That's my end goal, so we'll see how I go with that. It may be that I don't need to use rockets. It may be that I do. It's not something I'm really putting a lot of thought into right now. Just because it feels like one of those things that's a long way away. And thus, possibly not going to happen during... before the update arrives. So, logic memory can be to 0. Cool. Why use water for the liquid in your pool? Because I want to be able to jump in and swim about. Not jump in and horribly die. Okay, so I put it on D0. Alias, memory, D0. Load into day temp. Oh, I've done bad things. Okay, pretty sure I'm not using that one. I've done some bad things with this script. Logic type setting. Then I want to subtract. Yep. Alias day fill. Day fill. Oops. So, register equals A minus B, which will be day temp minus... Wonder how much of a... I think 50 is probably going to be okay. But I don't know how much of the day I really need to be filling the tank. I guess I'll have to test and find out. Yeah. There are a couple of ways to potentially find out, which is have a look at how long it takes, like how long I stay above like 50 degrees above the previous daily temp. No, Shadow Drake, I don't want to do if the temperature in the tank is lower than the daytime, because I think that'll kick in too soon. I'd thought about that and was like, actually, that'll kick in really early a lot of the time, and I don't want that. I want it to kick in later when it's like a lot of a difference between what's in the tank. I think 50's a fair place to start anyway. Now, does this make sense? We load the day temp from the memory, so we've got whatever that was. We subtract 50 from the day temp, and that begs a day fill, and then we compare our external temperature to our day fill, and if it's greater than, that's a good, and if this is less than, that's a good. So then if those both are good, the vents turn on. So that should work. Okay. Export. And now we go and put that in and hope it works. Yep. Darlie flapping her ears. I think the loops are still intact. Because I removed a branch rather than a loop. I'll check though. Don't have to worry about my dog taking flight when she flaps her ears. Oh, I think they're calling you Dumbo, Charlie. Not as in you're dumb, but as in like the elephant. I have to worry about her catching her ears on stuff when she does it. Because if she catches her ear on something, she can easily start bleeding, and then when she flicks her ears, she flicks blood everywhere, and it's horrible because it's really hard to then get that bit of her ear to heal and stuff like that. Yeah, no, this is all fine. There's no branches in this at all. This just loops around and around and around. Which is why I'm kind of proud of this script. Kind of proud. Because it kind of just works. It does what it's supposed to. David, no, she's not a hound dog. She's just a big dog. And big dog has big ears. Okay, so the test for this will be what happens with the vents during the next day. So I want to go out there and be outside before it gets to 850 Kelvin outside. And when it gets to 850, we should see it get... Oh, I need this in Celsius. So that I don't have to do maths. Because this doesn't display in Kelvin. Either. Yeah, it's approaching winter. It is definitely getting hotter each day. With your dog, you have to worry about her breaking the wall or worse, her tail. Well, Charlie already did the bloody tail, which is why she had to get it amputated when she was younger. She has a short tail, which we had the vet amputate because she was just miserable. About 590 Celsius. Okay. Sure. Yeah. I've definitely talked about all that through on stream before. But Charlie, unfortunately, she's a very happy dog who wags her tail furiously, to the extent that she wagged it and smacked it into things and kept injuring it. And it just never healed. And she's such a big and flexible dog that she could pretty much get through any cone of shame. And kept licking at it, and it kept getting more infected, and then we'd have to do more dressings, and then she was just living in a cone of shame for so long, and she was just miserable. That we thought the best thing for her was to not have that tail. Yeah, so now she does a full butt waggle. But she always did the butt waggle. She's more of a the tail wags the dog than the dog wags the tail kind of dog. Oh man, he's putting out so much power. It's great. Alright, so I'm waiting till daytime. What'll I do until daytime? I'm gonna go down and check on my miners. See what they're up to. So I can't remember if I had 4 or 6. 4. Do I upgrade to 6? Do I need to? I wouldn't mind closing in this room and getting my coolant room within my base as well. Probably not be too bad a thing to get done. So I can access this area and have a look at it. Check up on it when things are needed. I do love that this is still working more than adequately for my base. Yeah, I could just do the thing so it displays in Celsius. I'm just not wanting to mess with the scripts while I'm running a test on them. That was good. Now more miners. Let's see if I've got... Still out of silicon, which is gonna possibly be my resource bottleneck at some point. Oh, wait a second. This one's not processing anything. Are the rest of them? Have I got more than one that isn't? So I've... Oh, okay. So I might actually be... I might only need one more... I probably only need one more miner for maxing out these centrifuges. But I would probably be doing 2 just because, well, balance. This one at the end wasn't processing. Which makes sense, I think. Yeah, because that one's prioritized. That one's prioritized. That one's prioritized. That one's prioritized. They're all prioritized before it. It's not closed. They're all open. Yeah. Oh, this valve. How did that get closed? Why do I even have those valves? Ugh. Right, never mind. I'm still working through my backlog of dirty ores then. Who knows how far back that actually goes. Because I have no idea. Guess that's why you put down glass ones somewhat. Windowed ones in places so that you know. And I didn't, so I don't. Okay, it's starting to get hot outside. So I can if I keep an eye on this, I could just go, well, we're about 100 less than that, so we'll see what happens. I'm going to go out and check the vents now, make sure they are not active. Yes, power is much better. Power is solved for now. Okay. So we currently have pressure in the tank at 14.7 megapascals, a temperature of only 481 Celsius. So that's pretty low. But the 14.7 is the important bit. So this needs to go up another, like, 140-ish degrees. It's not too far. I did switch out the chip, yes. Oh, go away. Did you implement the previous max temp with offset idea? Yes, Crazy Canuck, that is exactly what I am attempting to implement. I think I've got it, but we're having a look at this to see when we reach 878 Kelvin, the vents should turn on. How long they stay on for, I'm not sure if that's long enough or not, so I may need to make the differential greater. Definitely still off. It's got another 50. I think we're going to possibly need to go with 100 degrees off. But I'm interested to see how much pressure we end up with in the tank. Going with 50. Especially since I'm not pressure limiting it to 20 now, I'm pressure limiting it to 40, so it may well be that those vents suck in the gas comfortably quick enough. And I guess the solution to the temperature differential is I could put more vents down rather than putting more, rather than increasing the differential if I want to make sure I'm just getting the hottest bit of gas. Okay. We should see them trigger on, and they are on. How quickly does this fill? And how long does it stay up? Still climbing. I figure if we get over 20 megapascals, I'm happy. I think I've achieved what I need to. Mowgli, I don't want it to work off pressure. I want to work it off temperature. I need hot gas and lots of the hot gas. I don't want it to potentially bring in cold gas. So that's where I'm trying to optimize it to get just the hottest bit. That's what the whole goal of this is. And the max temperature there is just there for the sake of... go away, people trying to give me jobs in industries I don't want to work in anymore. That's what I've been trying to optimize here, to just get that, sneak in that, just the best bit, and seeing how wide a range I need to get the best bit and still get enough gas. But yes, the offset also needs to be greater than the daily variance. That is another fair point. Because if it's not, then we run into troubles where the next day it gets cooler, so it becomes a problem. Alright, so we have reached max. We're now starting to head down. We've reached more than 20 megapascals. So it's probably going to be okay with 50. Just want to see at what point the vents turn off. Ideally, what I'd also do is run this for a whole other day and see if my tank is getting more and more full or whether it's depleting. But I reckon this is going to get more and more full because I reckon these... Because I've removed the 20 MPa cap from the tank, these are going to get more full for more of the year. Actually, Canuck, that's the thing that this thing has taught me. Too many things in that sentence. So what this setup has taught me how to do is how to log maximums and minimums that I've achieved in a thing. So if I need to monitor a system, I can now set up a script like this to monitor it because I know how to keep those values between, like, days. That's what I'm achieving here. Thank you. I knew there was some, like, bigger use to this. I just was forgetting what it actually was, and that's the bigger use. There have been so many times where I've had to stand around watching a thing, which isn't always bad. I don't mind it all the time. But there are some times where it'd be really nice to be able to monitor it and really check that my values over time are increasing or are decreasing or are changing at a rate that I expect. And we've reached 25.2 MPa, which is pretty good. Purging the tank is slow. And filling the tank is also, as you can see, fairly slow. So I've not been convinced that purging it is worth the extra power cost of purging it. And the temperature is lower than the outside because this was previously filled based off my lower estimate. Now it's filling off my higher one. It should get closer to the daytime temps because it's going to be always filling from just the hottest bit. Which is pretty good. Yeah, or you just miss the value and you have to go back and check it again. That's another reason why having learnt this is really useful. But yeah, I'm really happy with that. I think I'm going to call it here for today, as I feel like that is a pretty big achievement by my standards. I made some LEDs. They show some things that are somewhat useful. They allowed me to troubleshoot a thing so that I made it work correctly. I've got my power situation totally sorted for the time being. And that means next week I'm very well set up to dive straight into making water and maximizing that system so that I can produce hopefully quite a lot of it. And then figure out how to cool it. Because I'm planning on storing the steam and then cooling that steam as a... I want to make the steam first and then we'll store it. Because I want to try and get the steam to exchange temperature with this tank so this tank gets even hotter. Which will be, I think, quite good. Because then I'll be adding the hottest day to much hotter tank and hopefully end up with even more power output as a result. I will be back on Sunday with some more Space Engineers with Shaq. I think we're at a point where we should be able to take our ships in and actually do some fighting with some stuff. And I think he's well prepped for that, which is great. And then on Monday, Kabak and I are going to be here on Twitch playing some Out of Ore. Or Out of Ores? Which is like a mining voxel-based game using big mining trucks and stuff, which could be a little bit of fun. And then, trying something new on Tuesday where I'll be streaming on Discord from the Conan community server. So if you're in the Discord, come and tag along to that and see me break things. With how to stream to Discord, because I've not done that before, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. So there's all that, and plenty more to come, and I will see you then.